Lunch is going to be served in the restaurant in the basement. So go downstairs and then they will show you where to head for the lunch. Thank you. Whose word brings on the evening. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I call the House to order and we reconstitute ourselves into the plenary so that we can go to the next discussion. I wish to invite, before I go to inviting the next speaker, I hope that all of you had good lunch and without many challenges. If there is a problem, kindly don't hesitate to inform the organizers. Osborne, Primus, and the team of ushers, kindly ensure that you approach them and inform them if there is anything which has not gone right, so that it can be corrected as we go along. Allow me to welcome all of us from the lunch break and to announce that we are now going into the second keynote address on the topic breaking through the barriers. Is it mentorship or patronage? In bracket, intergenerational dialogue conversation. That's what we are going into right now. And to take us through that next keynote presentation, we have the Right Honorable Namayanja Rose Nsereko, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, the NRM. And let's put our hands together to welcome Honorable Namayanja. As I said earlier, Namayanja is someone who at a young age walked down the path of youthfulness, youth politics, and has navigated all the corners, if you like. She has a very rich experience, and we are only privileged that she can come and discuss with us, to share with us her experiences that she has had serving as a minister, as MP, and then going on to serve the party at mobilization and administrative level. Honorable Namayanja, you're most welcome. Come and present to us. And then after you, we will have the panel established, and then the reflections will follow the panel discussions as well as her presentation. You're most welcome, Honorable. Let's put our hands together to welcome her.
Thank you so much, Charles. And allow me to take this opportunity to thank God for the environment we are in and this interaction, to thank the organizers for making it possible for us to have this intergenerational dialogue, and to thank all of you for turning up in big numbers to come and share about the future of our country, because the state of the young people is actually the future of our country. And it's not on many occasions that we have, to me, it's not just intergenerational, but also interpolitical engagements, where you see young people from different political persuasions coming together to discern and to investigate, to study the issues that affect the young people, regardless of which political party they come from. I was told that I'm coming to give a keynote address. Now, a keynote address connotes that you come with a paper, written, researched, and then you come and present. I want, Mr. Chairman, to beg for your indulgence. I didn't come with one, because what I'm going to talk about, I do not have to research it anywhere. I have lived it. And basically, I'm just going to share my experiences. And I know we can pick a leaf here and there, but also it will be an opportunity for me to also learn from your interactions. I've been a youth leader in different facets of our society. I've been a student leader at all levels, from high school to university and the national level. And that means, of course, like I said, high school. Incidentally, I didn't go to these big schools. For me, I did my O and A level in Masulita, in the Luelo Triangle, in a school called Light College, Katikamu. But I found myself at the university, and to me, that opened all the opportunities. So I was a leader at student level at high school. I was a leader at Makerere. I was also a leader in Wunsa, that's at national level. And I've been a leader from the culture front. I'm a gallant member of Nkoba Zambogo. I have been a leader of young people in the SDA church. I've been a leader in the opposition. I'm a founding vice president of the Uganda Young Democrats. I have been a leader in the NRM Youth League. I've been a youth MP. I was a woman MP. I was a minister. And I decided on my own to quit elective politics. And I'm glad I'm now doing politics at strategic level. So I'm just going to share. And I'm so glad about the topic, breaking through the barriers. Is it mentorship or patronage? For me, before any of those, whether it is mentorship or patronage, first and foremost, it's about you. It's about me. Because before anybody mentored me, before anybody patronized me, if they ever did anyway, but me as an individual, before anybody knew that there existed a Wanuna Mayanja Rose, I personally knew I existed. And I had my aspirations, I had my plans, which come changing, of course, along the way as you move. But I'll just give you an experience of how, in any case, did I find myself in politics. I come from a family in which we had never had even a chairman of LOC1 or a chairman of the Boa Hall Committee in the village. So there was no inspiration from home that I would say my mother or father or sister or uncle was a leader. And even when I come from Luelo district, many of us who come from that area, we always say our parents fought, and therefore we are what we are because of our parents who paid the ultimate sacrifice. I want to be very categorical that my parents never fought in the war that brought this government in power. So there was nothing to attach myself on in that line. It has been, like I'm saying, before anybody mentored me, as an individual, I had the desire to be who I want to be. And I was so glad when I looked at the program, I saw a number of young people. Some are not young people. We always call ourselves the senior youth, because for all that I have been, and that which I am, and that which I will ever be, I owe it to my youthful time. I owe it to how I handled, to how I harnessed the opportunities, to how I overcame the challenges between the ages of 18 and 30, which is our constitutional limit for young people. So any young people who is here today and you are in that bracket, I just want to say that you can be anything that you choose to be. Before anybody mentors you, before anyone patronizes you, you have what it takes to be even a president of this country or the African Union or a president of the UN. So how you handle your period of, because being a youth is a transition. You can't be a permanent youth. It's just a transition. You come, you go. So for me, how I found myself in politics, like I've said, I come from a very apolitical family. I don't know what political party my parents espoused. I just imagine, because of the politics at that time, that maybe they were sympathetic, not even supporters, but sympathetic to DP. But at home, I never saw anybody put on, as I was growing up, anything to, any colors or talking about politics at home. But because I was active at secondary level, at school, I was the leader of the debating club. Like I said, it starts from within you as an individual. Now, when I reached Makerere, politics there was more versatile. And at that time, I was in Makerere between 95 and 98. At that time, there was a very vibrant debate club. And the time we came in, I think it was led by the likes of, it was Mr. Joseph Luzige, the late Bob Kasango, Andrew Mwenda, the old man of the clan, and many others were there. So and that was a time when the Constitution was being made, the Constituent Assembly. And just like it is today, many young people at the university, we tend to be on the opposite side of government. And even in our faculties, and as you talk, this is what we're talking about, and the media, of course. So there was a debate in the University Hall quadrangle. And the motion was that the constitution-making process is a total flop and poses great danger to national unity, peace, and development. So for me, when I saw posters around talking about a debate, I said I should be there. And I was a non-resident. By that time, we used to be called non-residents. but on government sponsorship. So government would pay for even the hostel fee would be paid by government, because you had the basics to start with. So I went to that debate with one of my colleagues with whom we stay at the same hostel, just to see what's going on. And Dr. Semogere was there, the late Kajabagu Karusoke, and John Kenny Ruchams, the man, on one side, and then there was the late Mayombo on this side. There was another Honorable Pole Tumwine, he was a CA delegate, and I don't remember the third one. So when they finished speaking, they opened the debate for the audience. And people started debating and debating, but they were only the male gender. So Joseph Luzige, the former chairman of Mitiana, was the one chairing that debate. And he was like, is there any lady who wants to contribute? So as an active debater at high school, I also had my opinions. And I put up my hand. So when I put up the right hand, my friend put it down. And she was like, "Gwerozo ogenda kwogera biki wano?" When she put down my right hand, I put the left hand up. And Luzige saw it and said, "Okay, there is a lady there, there is a lady there." I was in first year, first semester. And when I went at the podium, of course, I tested Makerere and everything. I said, "I'm Rose Namayanja, BA1. And they're like, "Fresher, fresher." Of course, a fresher doing BA. And at that time, BA, these people, Frank and the rest, know the dynamics then. When you do a BA, they used to say BA means below average. Yeah, be around, you know. And I was a non-resident. So my name would be written in Rose Namayanja, NR, BA, bracket NR. NR meant non-resident. But these students at university concluded it to be with NR means nearly rejected. So you can imagine being below average, nearly rejected. You were like a second class student. And to be honest, for me, like I said, I went through a school in Masulita. We didn't have teachers so well. I am a beneficiary of the 1.5 points of affirmative action. Because when they calculated what I got plus the cutoff point, by then they would use cutoff points. The cutoff point in our year was 16. And when they added everything, including the 1.5, I got 16.1. So when they say you are nearly rejected, you also know it deep inside you that you are nearly what? Nearly rejected. But like I said at the beginning, for me as a youth leader, what has made me who I am today is that I don't mind what others think about me. It's about me and what I think and my potential. So if you want to be a leader anywhere, it's about your confidence, your self-esteem. When somebody puts down my hand, deep inside me before anybody mentored, because if you're talking about mentorship or patronage, you are putting up your hand, somebody is putting it down, and then you are putting it up. So when I went and spoke, I spoke on the side of the opposition. And because I had been debating at student level, at high school, I was not very average, I want to believe. And after the debate, some brown mid-sized gentleman came to me. I've just been telling Honorable Silanda the story. And the gentleman was asking me, Namayanja, which hall are you? Which room? What is your room number? But because I had spoken on the opposition side of the debate, I thought these are state operatives. So I told him, I sleep in Africa D9. Remember, I'm a non-resident. I had not even gone to Africa. I didn't even know whether they had a block called the D or whether a room D9 existed. But I was trying to avoid this guy, and I'm sure he went there looking for Namayanja. So later on, 2 weeks later, Luzige finds me at the Arts Quadrangle. I am telling you this to show you that really, before anybody mentors you, it's you to open those doors. It's you to render yourself mentorable, if that word exists. So Luzige finds me at the Arts Quadrangle, and it's like, we've been looking for you for 2 weeks. I said, what is the problem? And he told me, Dr. Semogere wants to see you. And I'm like, which Semogere? Into the Minister for Public Service. So I was like, Namanja from Blemez, I'm now going to meet a minister. So I agreed, and he said we shall find him at the CA. We went to the Constituent Assembly, and we met the late Anthony Sekweyama. He was the Assistant Secretary of DP. I don't even remember the debate, but what intrigued me at that time was that as we were waiting for them, Luzige went to the reception. They gave us some papers, some small paper like the coupon they gave me today, and said we go in the Strangers Gallery of the Constituent Assembly. So I sat in there. I saw the likes of Honorable Miriam Matembe, the likes of Honorable Speciosa Kazibwe, the likes of Honorable Byanyima, and of course other women, and I'm like, okay, women have space here. And then I saw the Honorable Romushanas, the Honorable Mayombos, I saw the youth delegates, just like you have youth MPs now, and I'm like, even young people have space here. So I want to believe that I literally went to the Strangers Gallery on a daily basis. Even when I was not a CA delegate, I will tell you who said what in that house. But to me, that was the inspiration that I got. And by the time I finished my first year, I had an idea of where I want to be and what I want to do. So, of course, later on, we formed the Uganda Young Democrats. But one thing I'll say about that period in Uganda Young Democrats, because Mr. Chairman and the organizers, when we come in such fora, for me, I disabuse myself of the political bias. I want to debate it as is, and such that somebody can get it. Of course, I give credit where it's due, but not coming to say, you know, this is it, this is how we do it. I want to give the whole overview. When we started the Uganda Young Democrats, we had a mantra. A mantra is something you keep talking about, you keep reminding yourself. If you are a youth leader and you say, I am going to go in parliament, I want to be an MP, and you stick to it, it really becomes part of your psyche. So in UID, our mantra was that we are going to hit headlines in this country. Every time we would find, because we are talking about breaking through barriers. At that time, it was very difficult to oppose government. And I mean, everybody would not understand you. But I want to say that was our mantra, and regardless of where we are or which political party we subscribe to today, we have hit headlines in this country. Because some of us were in NRM, me, Luzige, and the rest, and then the other side, when you see Honorable Mpuga, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, Honorable Lulume Baiga, Mr. Mukakulubega, that was the team. So at that time, as young people, we had something that drives us. So regardless of which political party you belong to, whether NRM, DP, NUP, or any other, FDC, or any other party, there must be something that you fight for. And for us, that formed our time there. So later on, when I joined students' politics at national level, UNSA, that's when I interacted with a network of young people who are the leaders today in this country. I must say, many MPs have gone through that, many other leaders, and from UNSA, that's where we found ourselves in the National Youth Council. Now, because I knew what I wanted, before I would get the mentorship in the National Youth Council, I had made up my mind that I want to be an MP. By the time I left Makerere, the position was very clear. And the easiest I would go for was being a youth MP. I asked myself, I asked others around me, how does one become a youth MP that they are elected? How are they elected? Through youth councils. What are youth councils? That is the National Youth Council Statute. What does it say? And then I got a copy. Brigadier Katavaz is one of those that really played a part in many of our generation's politics. There was Right Honorable Chidega, Mr. Shaft Nasa Mkwaya, Honorable Wilson Kazwenje, the MP for Nyabushozi. Most people thought he was a new entrant, but he's one of those fighters. Honorable Baka Mugabe Stephen. So we decided we go for youth council elections. Now, at that time, for a graduate to go and contest as a village youth chairperson or even to be on a village committee was like, how do I begin contesting at that level? But because some of us knew that you want to be an MP, yes, the law allows you to contest, to be a candidate, but you want to be a voter. Now, if I can't be a voter, how do I begin contesting? So I looked around at the national level, and I realized we come from the same district with Mr. Shaft Nasa Mukwaya. We sat down and we were like, what do you want? Mukwaya said, I want to be a national youth delegate to the National Youth Council. And I told him I want to be the district youth chairperson of Luwero. So we went down to Luwero, we did our politics. When I told them I want to be a district youth chairperson, they asked me, have you ever heard of a girl chairing a district youth council? Because when I was reading through the concept, that issue of the female youth empowerment came through. And like I said, we have lived it. They told me there is no way. Have you ever heard of one? You go for secretary for female youth. Go for your seat. Because out of the 9, there was that one seat for female youth. And I'm like, but what does the law say? I read the National Youth Council statute, and it allows anybody between 18 and 30. So we did our politics, of course, and later on, I won. You know, contesting as somebody who has been who contested for guild in Makerere. You become a guild minister. You have been the vice president of the Uganda Young Democrats, calling press conferences in Kampala. You now go to Kalaji Village Youth Council to contest in Iruero. And when you say, I did Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences, what is social sciences in the first place to those people? I've been a guild minister. What is guild? And who do I find as a candidate? My opponent was a P6 dropout. So still, it goes back to my statement in the beginning. It's about you. Somebody else would be like, how do I contest with a P6 dropout? It's like, and you know, village politics is so funny. I wanted to talk about my CV, they would not understand it. And this boy came and told my family and said, let me say this in Uganda, eyo diguli tugenda kujizinga zinga mutaka yonna. But because I knew what I wanted, for them they were looking at the village, for me I was looking at the August house. So what I did, and I didn't grow up in Kalaji, in Nakaseke, I grew up in Iruero. So I made sure that I spent some good time picking coffee, and I made sure the coffee I pick is just on the road. It's the one near the road there. Such that everybody sees I'm the village person. When I'm peeling matoke, I would sit down, very strategically such that people passing by the road see me seated down. This is a former guild minister. And I'll sit down and cover myself the Chiganda way. Anyone who knows how we peel matoke in Uganda here. And they're like, Jebale nyabo, kale sebo. So the next 2 days to voting, I knew I would not talk about my credentials. So I asked my father, njagala kutambula mungo Muganda. Batambula batyanga Abaganda. I'm sure now we all know it. Your lineage, who are we? Who am I? In terms of our clan and everything. And this is something that not many young people know. So when we went for voting, for me, I just kutambula mungo Muganda of the Mutima clan. And still it goes back to that state. It's about you. Study the environment. And how, and then your programs, your plans, your strategy will be based on that. So I knew this is what these guys understood more. And they were surprised that a graduate can even say that. And afterwards, of course, I became a village youth chairperson, a parish youth chairperson, a sub-county youth chairperson, and that's how I found myself at the district level contesting. I found resistance because a girl was not supposed to contest for chair because there had never been one. In any case, they have theirs. For the female youth, I must say they are facing double jeopardy. When you are a young girl, to go and contest in the women league or the women councils, they will ask you whether you are married or not. When you come to the youth councils or the youth league, they are like, you go for the other seat. You go in the women council. So that's one of the things that really challenged me. But I stood my ground, I contested, and I became the first ever female to head a district youth council. Because I gave myself an ultimatum, if I can't be a district youth chairperson, then I can't contest as a youth MP. Because if I fail to mobilize the young people of Luweero, how do I mobilize those of Uganda or Central Region? So when I won, in 1998, we came for elections for youth MPs. And I positioned myself so well, I spoke so well. But when we had started voting, you'll again allow me to say this in Uganda, there was chemical that was moving around. And they're like, Ssaabasajja Kabaka tunamugamba tutya. Ti abasajja be bonna baaweddeyo ne tuleeta omukazi akiikirira Obuganda mu Parliament. You get it? How shall we tell the Kabaka that his men could not stand and that we brought a woman to represent Uganda in Parliament? And because of that, I lost by 3 votes to Honorable Faizo Salichikulukunyu. And for me, even after losing, I was like, because the MPs at that time, the Honorable Kanyas, the Honorable Tiperu Nusula, and others, they served for only 3 years. They went in late. I was like, I'll wait for the 3 years. I'm still within the age bracket. I was 23 then, so in 2000, I just made sure that as a district youth chairperson, I do my best. I was very active at national level and at district level. I built a network in the Greater Luweero area. And 3 years down the road, I contested. We were 9 candidates, and I was the only female again, but that I had understood what I went through the other time. There were a number of people, Honorable Mbabali Jude, the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition, and many others. And I defeated them. I became the Youth MP for Central Region. Because even contesting to say that I'm contesting for Central Region, the question was, you have your slot for female youth. You get it? And this time it was not at local level. Very senior leaders, because by that time I had joined the movement, but very senior leaders in the movement sat me down and they're like, Genda kuchiri echamwe. That you go for the other and for female youth, and I had to look some of these, our elders in the eye, and I'm like, this is what I want, and I have what it takes to win it, and I'll take responsibility if I fail. So that's how I became a youth MP and became active. Now, for somebody who is a youth leader, if you become a member of parliament, or even when you go to the district youth, to the district local council, what we go through as youth leaders prepares you for any position in this country. You can't be from the youth councils or from the youth league and you'll be an average MP unless you choose to. So I was active as a youth MP, and one person sat me down and was like, Katina Mama, you are a youth MP, but you know you are not going to be youth in 2006. And that was Honorable Mao. Honorable Mao said, you be active here, but identify a constituency. When you get that constituency, you become a national leader. There are many people that talk to you along your journey of leadership. And as a young person, everyone will give you advice. But there are those people that come and talk to you and you really keep that with you. So Honorable Mao was the MP for Gulu municipality and together with him we were on the executive of Amani Parliamentary Forum. It's a regional youth body. He told me that, and I was like, okay. So that's when I started now my activism for woman MP for Luweero, and they made it easier for me when towards elections, Nakaseke was carved out of Luweero. And because of what I went through as a youth leader in students' politics, in WUNSA, as a youth MP, that's why I told you that for what I am and what I'll be, I owe it to that time that I was a youth leader. So when I went to contest in Nakaseke for the primaries in NRM, and you are a young person, everybody's like, achali muto, achali muto. Because let me also say this, as young people or as the youth in this country, we have not reached where we want the young people to be, but we are not where we were. That's also for a fact. When we entered Parliament, we were endangered species. You stand up to speak, and they are looking at you, they're like, Oba agenda kwogera chono. They're not sure what you are going to say. One time we were making the Yala guidelines, election of Yala MPs, and I was like, we need young people to be in Yara. One professor, it was actually Professor Tassis Kabwejere, said, you didn't come here to grow. And you're like, really? We are all MPs and you're telling me I didn't come here to grow. And for me, I'm a youth MP, so I am talking for my constituency. So, but as young people then, the few in Parliament, we held our ground. We were versatile. And today, actually the senior citizens are an endangered species in Parliament than the young people, because the numbers are quite big. So for me, I was active. I knew what I wanted at any particular time. In 2000, when we were preparing for youth council elections, because knowing what you want is key as a young person. You may not achieve it either at that time, or you may never achieve it at all. But you must have a goal for yourself, but also for the values and what you are fighting for. Whether for your party, or for your region, or for the country. For me, I know as a person, I wanted to be a leader in this country. And it was, of course, it starts with country, but you can't come from the air. It's country, but you come from where you were born or where you have locus to contest. In 2000, I gave myself two options. I was either going to be an MP, and if I failed, I was going to join the army. Those were my two options. And by God's grace, the first one, I won, and I left the other. And because I was active, and part of what is key as a young person who wants to champion your party values or programs and policies, or your national goals, there is what they call personal development. Of course, if you ask me whether it is mentorship or patronage, it's mentorship. For me, I don't believe in politics of patronage. And any political party, by the way, will want more of telling the young person what to do than the reverse. But it's about you. So one thing that I did was to teach myself public speaking, goal setting, those attributes that I felt were very, very important. And so when I contested in our primaries for woman MP, I won by 89%. And in the general elections, I came unopposed as woman MP for Nakaseke. And when I reached there, I said I want to be a parliamentary commissioner. Because at any one time, I mean, the opportunities available gives you what to do. So when we started campaigning, little did we know that the MPs who were there before and the senior leaders, they had candidates, people they thought would be better, but we had put up a very robust campaign, and then they just called me and said, Katina Mayanja, you leave that thing, we are going to give you a committee to chair. You are going to be the chair of the defense committee. And I'm like, chair of the defense committee, okay. And then I took it because compromise is also part of politics. So I became the chair of the defense committee. You allow me, I mention people's names, but it helps you to really understand where I'm coming from. When I was appointed the chair of the defense committee as a former youth MP, I was 31 years old. Honorable Katuntu went on the capital gang and said, NRM is not serious. How do you get a kid like Akina Mayanja to chair a very sensitive committee like the defense committee? So this you will hear from both sides of the aisle. Even from family, I should also let you know. Even your spouse, we have had cases where spouses contest for the same seat. You will get negativity. Actually, you get more of negative vibes than the positive one. And it comes back to you, how grounded you are. So when Honorable Katuntu said that, I said, this one is joking. I am going to invest my time, energy, and brains to become one of the best chairs of the committees, not only of defense, but in the August House. And then I gave it my time. I read widely, because for me, I've never done even Mchaka Mchaka. The time I should have done Mchaka Mchaka, I was in UID. So as an MP, there's no way I would go for Chaka Mchaka. But I really understood the security architecture, not only of Uganda, but of the region and Africa. And later on, we had some conference, we presented, and I got an offer to go and do a master's in security sector management. And I took it with open hands, open arms, and I was supported by our president, and I went and trained at the Defense Academy of the United Kingdom. So I'm a security expert in one way or the other. You get it? So, but what I'm trying to say is that people will put you down, even in your political party. Before you talk about other parties, in your own house, there are those that will fight you. In most cases, if not all, the senior leaders in your party, especially when you come from the same area, it can be the same district, it can be the same region, they will see you as a threat. So it's really, before they, if you're expecting to be mentored, you will be fought. Because there's mentorship on one hand. These meetings here mentor us, but when you go down there, the pressure you'll get before the next meeting of such magnitude, if you are not grounded as an individual, it can put you down. So, for me, I was active as a chair of the Defense Committee. After 1 year, members of Parliament from Central Region, I think somehow the Buganda caucus was not, this Charles, like he said, he knows it all because he was part of it. They were like, the Buganda caucus is not active. So they said, we are going to elect a new leadership. We went down there with his colleagues and we were like, who is going to be the chair? We're looking for people on this day of voting. And we said, Honorable Najemba wanted to be a chair, but he's out of the country, so let's go in and see. That was around 11 a.m. At 2 p.m., Honorable Mariam Nalubega calls me and it's like, because we have been in youth politics for long, we call each other Kapo. It was Kapate Kakati Ononya Kalulu. I said, which Kalulu? Said the chair of Buganda caucus. I said, I don't know about it. Some of my colleagues came to me and said, we are going to vote for you. I said, no, I can't. Because you know the dynamics of Buganda caucus versus central government. And that was the time when the hostility was at its peak. So I literally was dragged by senior leaders within Parliament from Central Region. And they said, you are going to be the chair of Buganda caucus. Some people called me and they're like, you are finished. You can't handle those two. You can't be an RM and then at the same time be a chair of Buganda caucus and stand ground. But because of what I went through as a young person, because of what I went through in Nkoba Zambogo, because of what I went through in Unsa, it's always fighting. The Unsa people are here, they know it. The National Youth Council, the dynamics there are totally different. Because of what I went through, I was able to know what I'm supposed to do. And still, I performed well. In the most controversial periods of the caucus, and this was a caucus where you had a Muganda Vice President, a Muganda Speaker, and a Muganda Prime Minister. There are those meetings of caucus that would chair, and all of them are in attendance, and you're like, who am I to chair this meeting? But because you know what you stand for, you read. Let me tell you, leaders are readers, and readers are leaders. Read. You can't be a leader. I don't mind which political party you subscribe to, but you can't be a reader who is uninformed. I mean, you can't be a leader who is uninformed. So, to me, that when I went back in 2011, somehow I did so well as chair of Uganda caucus. I did so well as chair of Defense Committee. I think I also did well as an MP, and I won in the primaries by 93%. I am one of those who did not struggle to be an MP. But it all goes back to the foundation. So I won primaries by 93%, and in the general elections, I won by 92%. In 2011, I was appointed a Minister of State for Luwero Triangle. In 2012, I went and told my voters that I'm not contesting again. Because for me, I treasure writing my script and follow it. I took a decision to serve 3 terms in Parliament in 2004 when I was still a youth MP. And I stood by it, and that's why I said, let me go and do law. But that with what you'll have gone through as a young person, as a leader, there is what you think you are, but there is also what the public thinks you are. And the perception of the public about you, the values, because as a leader, for me, that's why I said, I don't mind which political party you belong to, but wherever you are, the value systems are universal. Integrity is very, very key for any leader. I cannot blow my trumpet, but I must say I have walked a smooth journey. And for me to be in leadership for over 20 years, and you can still walk with your head high, is something that, because you are a leader, you are in this fora, you are going to go everywhere, but your character determines your journey. Your character determines your journey. For the female youth who are here in leadership, a lot has to do with your character. Wherever these guys go, they will go and tell themselves where they have been. What happens in the dark is known on the streets of Kampala. Whether it is financial impropriety or social dynamism, it finds itself on the streets. So, for me, I will once again say, whether it's mentorship or patronage, I would opt for mentorship. Use this is an information age. Everything is on the internet. Everything is on the internet. If you get fora like this, embrace them. If you get senior leaders, do not hesitate to engage with those people that you want to aspire to be like. One of the people, of course, I've been mentored. I had an opportunity to work with the president of Uganda right from an early age, right from when I was a youth MP. And I've learned, I've been his mentee, even when he doesn't know that he's actually mentoring me, because it doesn't have to be a session. But seeing how he handles a number of things and that kind of stuff. If you ask me one person I always wanted to be like as a speaker, not exactly in terms of the way he presents or the energy. There are 2 women that really inspired me first and foremost before I talk about the other one. And they both speak differently. Honorable Cecilia Ogwal is a fast speaker, very, very fast speaker. And Honorable Winnie Byanyima is a slow speaker. But they are both talented speakers. At that time, I was looking for women that really are speakers. So as a young person, who is that person that you think you want to be like? Even when you do not interact, but there is a lot we learn from the senior leaders. One of the challenges that young people face is to say, we the young people, this is our generation. Yes, it is your generation, but there must be, Isaac Newton said, I've been able to see very far and reach far because I have stood on shoulders of giants. You can't do it alone. Now, the person who, during the CA debates that I used to watch, inspired me so much was Honorable Jaberi Bidandi Sali. Because when you have both antagonistic sides, even when you belong to one of those sides, you can advance your points, you can advance your side without being crude. The politics by the young people this time, ngenda mwabya. Ogenda mwabya, but the public is seeing you and they are forming opinions about you. Because leadership is about mutual respect. I used to see Honorable Bidandi Sali. There was one time a debate in the CA of whether the movement political system should be included in the national constitution. And the movement system was very combative. The opposition side was extremely combative. And they all spoke. Afterwards, Honorable Bidandi Sali stood up and said, we have concluded 98% of this constitution. He went back to the journey where they came from, and he highlighted the achievements they have made together as a constituent assembly. And you would see the opposition clapping and the movement doing what? Clapping. And he cooled the tempo. At the end of the day, of course, he was movement and he advanced his side and everybody went on board. So there must be those people that you think you want to be like. Don't fear to engage them if you can. Very few will deny you opportunity in your parties or even outside politics. So I just want to say, as a young person, know what you want. If you know what you want, nobody can patronize you. Anybody who might think that they are using you for politics, of course that's a challenge, and it cuts across all political parties. But as they think they are using you, you can also use them to advance your goals. It can be a two-way. The biggest problem now is transactional politics by the young people. Transactional politics. This is the journey we are going to take, and somebody is like, Mfunira muwa. Ntemera. Yes, vajja kutemera, but you will also bury your political life. So I just want, once again, to thank, as I conclude, the organizers for this event, where you bring young peoples from different political persuasions together, where you bring different speakers to come and talk about their journeys and their experiences. And I just want to appeal to the young people that how you use this time determines your next journey. There is no time that you'll ever find that the environment, the political environment, is 100% conducive. It will never be. But whatever the situation is, they say it's only when it gets dark that you can see the stars. Whatever, of course we want a fair ground, and it's what we are working for. And as on the side of NRM, I can't fail to say this, like I said at the beginning, we may not be where we want to be, but we are not where we were. If you look at the cabinet of today, if you look at the parliament of today, if you look at the local councils from sub-county to district level, the young people now can have space, but most importantly, we can still work together and have economic empowerment and ensure that whatever political space we have achieved or we have got, how do we maximize on that? I thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Namayanja, for such a wonderful, wonderful sharing. I found it hard interrupting you and added you 20 minutes on top of what you had been allocated, the 45 minutes. But the time allocated plus the extras were all worth the sharing. I've taken lots of points, and some of them are things that these young people must never forget. It is the Dutch who like starting with the good things. They say, however bad the situation is, the Dutch usually say, can you start with the positive? And when you said we have not reached where we want to be as young people, but we are not where we were. And you said, you underlined it saying, for sure. I liked that. And some of them are very good reflections. On mentorship, one thing I liked about what you said, following people. Many times as young people, we tend to think that you must be attached. Not necessarily so. You can actually follow someone from a distance, and you follow their value systems, you follow their trails, and you follow in their footsteps, even if they don't know that you're following them. It's still part of mentorship. I think some of the problems we have in this part of the world where mentorship sounds a new term is that we misunderstand the whole context and the concept of mentorship, and we think that you must be tutored, you know, a physical class of sorts. Far from it. You can actually follow the Honorable Namayanja like some of us have done. And I was already an active journalist when you contested when you were elected, because I didn't see you campaign for Buganda caucus, but I recall very vividly on the steps of Parliament, my colleagues, especially Buganda journalists, saying, now a woman to be chairperson? And for us, we didn't understand the politics of Buganda caucus, and only to hear in the evening that Honorable Namayanja, a woman, had been elected. And how you navigated it is a question for another day that we can learn from. So thank you very much. And we are going to have a panel discussion to discuss this. And it's time now that I have to invite the panel discussants. And they're going to be looking at breaking through the barriers as the Honorable has just discussed for us or presented. Is it mentorship or patronage? The Honorable Matanda Abubekar, is he here? Yes. I like the clapping. You know, you can tell from the clapping whether you are going to pass an election on a day or not. Whether you are going to withdraw from the contest or not, you can tell from the weight of the clapping. So Matanda, thanks for being a popular guy on youth issues. We will have Honorable Nyamutoro Fiona. These are popular youth leaders. We will also have Julia Muhumuza. Julia Muhumuza. We will have Dennis Ouma. And finally, we will have Honorable Abel Fred on the panel. I think we are good to go. We are good to go, and yes, everything is good, and we will have a smooth ride. We want to hear from you. This is an expert panel conversation. And the Honorable Namayanja has left it on a very interesting note. She started with looking at the question, is it mentorship or patronage? And she ended for her, she eventually responded to the question and said she looks at the entire path of development as mentorship, and it depends on how you pick it up. And I liked the part where she said, some people might think they are using you, but you can also use them. Very exciting end there. So I will start with, Dennis. Your experience. We are going to have 40 minutes. We are going to have 40 minutes of sharing here, and then at a certain time I will pick some questions. The whole time for you allocated is 1 hour, but some of them I will share with the plenary so that they can have their own insights, about 5 to 7. So start preparing your thoughts so that when I call on you, you already know what you want to say in a minute, so that we can have as much discussion as possible. So Dennis, what your thoughts are in the first 2-3 minutes of, breaking through the barriers? How do you go through it? What is your story?
Move it closer. That's okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Dennis Ouma. All protocol observed. I'm humbled to have been invited as a panelist this evening. Among other things, I am the national chairman for the Persons with Disability League of the Forum for Democratic Change political party. I thought, having listened to the Right Honorable Namayanja speak for an hour, would be given at least 10 minutes to share our stories. But we'll manage. Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for that inspiration. In the words of the Indian revolutionist Mahatma Gandhi, the independence hero, he said, "My life is my message." And this evening, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to briefly share my story. And that shall be my message to you, with a sincere hope that the young people in this audience shall pick a thing or two, that something from deep within shall be stirred up to believe that it is possible, irrespective of the barriers. As the topic for discussion says, breaking the barriers. It was on the 8th of July 2008, that is about 15 years ago. I was a young person. I was 23 years of age. At which time, I had just done my third year exams at Makerere for my first degree. I had a job. I was the passenger services supervisor at Entebbe International Airport. I was doing well, when on that fateful night, I was involved in a road traffic accident from where I sustained a spinal cord injury. And from that instant on, I could not feel my legs, feel my hands, or even turn my head an inch because of the damage that had been done to my spine. I had never interacted with anyone who had a condition similar to mine. Never read about it, or even never imagined it was possible. My sense of acumen, however, was astute. Now, as a result, I lost my airport job because, of course, I could not work, use my hands, stand on my feet. I could not complete my first university degree at the time. I could not write. I literally could depend upon the support of a personal assistant from when I wake up, to brush my teeth, to dress me up, to prepare me a cup of coffee, because I had lost my body function. Other than my brain. Is somebody's brain out there still functional? Now, fast forward. Of course, people said somebody had bewitched me and all that. I was 23. I had 2 cars at the time, living in a mansion, completing my first degree, had an airport job. It came down crumbling. Of course, I thought 3-6 months down the road, my story would change. I would get back on my feet as advised by the hospitals from where I sought rehabilitation. That was not the story. I was at liberty to throw a pity party, ladies and gentlemen, upon myself. I had a family to support. Now, I took it upon myself to read and establish what else there was for a person with disability. Remember, that was only one person making a statistic of more than 12.5% of Ugandans living with different forms of disability. Did you know that over 6.5 million people in Uganda alone are living with disabilities? Over 200 million people in Africa, and a whopping 1.5 billion people globally live with different forms of disability, some mild, others mere. I found out along the way that I needed to contribute to capacity building programs in the country that would uplift people with different disabilities. I read widely I committed to get back to class and complete my first degree. I made attempts at several universities to do law. One university after the other rejected me for the reason I was too disabled to be in class. And genuinely so. They would say, but Dennis, you can't try it. How are you going to sit your tests? How will you sit your exams? How will you ascend to the third floor to the library? I had no answers myself, but I had read the Constitution and was incumbent upon both state and non-state parties to make sure that everything I needed was in place for me to be in class. I went to the next university and to the next and to the next and knocked at the next until when I found a way out. Makerere opened doors for me to study. To sit my exams, I had to hire 2 writing assistants, a recording equipment, and a full-time invigilator to have me complete my tests. Through my first degree, I enrolled, ladies and gentlemen, for my postgraduate. Through those barriers of commuting, among other things. And as I speak, most recently, I was even awarded a scholarship, a prestigious Chevening scholarship to study in one of the leading universities in the UK for another master's program. Now, along the way, it is often argued that, like Proverbs 13:20 says, you walk with the wise, you become wise. For the companion of fools suffers harm. We often rise only to the level, we do not often rise to the level of our potentials, but rather we rise to the level and quality of your relationships. Who are your mentors has been the subject of study today. I'll simply say it, relationships. The relationships each one of us cultivates either pushes you forward to your purpose in life or rather drifts you away further from your purpose in life. The relationships you nurture and cultivate on a daily in your immediate environment. After my second master's degree in business, I committed to be a business coach with an aim to pursue disability inclusion, but not through advocacy and running down the streets, but through business. I know over my years in politics as a person with disability, I've had to reach out to my NRM colleagues in the disability fraternity, petition Parliament, petition the President. I've contested for National Member of Parliament in the last election, where I came out the 8th out of 14 contestants. And I will contest again because I've identified the problem. Issues of no money are coming out in this symposium, but as a business coach, I don't want to forget this. Entrepreneurs are compensated for solving problems. Nobody is going to reach out and give you money without a solved problem. Look closely around your environment and seek to solve a problem. Start a business. As a young person, invest in yourself, bet on yourself, and pay tuition for yourself. I have done that. I have done several businesses as an entrepreneur. Most recently, having started the corporate disability inclusion consultancy, so that as young people here and as leaders, as development partners, as implementers, government ministries, departments and agencies, we are out to empower you all institutions, to prioritize the minority groups of people, the young leaders, the people with disability, at your planning, your programming, your implementation, your monitoring and evaluation. Where is the disability? The National Youth Council, I hope you have persons with disability in this audience this evening. to be intentional on bringing to the forefront the underprivileged, the disadvantaged. When I wanted to become a business coach, I worked with the business coaches. As I conclude, I see Charles looking at me with a suggestive eye. I was having a conversation with one of my mentors this evening, called Salam Musumba, Honorable. And she said, as young people here this evening, we need to be able to define what the barriers are in crystal clear terms. What are the barriers? Where are the barriers? Even more importantly, we may have some who are the barriers, because 60 years after independence, it may be who is standing in the way, and what are the young people doing about it? Uganda is not short of legal instruments. We have ratified several other international legal instruments. There is a problem about implementation, however, on the other hand. May I propose to NIMD and other organizers of this symposium that we bring together implementing partners, government MDAs, our development partners, civil society, to have an honest conversation in order to avoid duplication. Because so many people are funding so many things, and there is no accountability in the education sector, in the health sector. I had a chance to go across the country in the last election, and I interacted with persons with albinism, people who are unable to reach out and work under the sun. They are visually impaired as well. The blind people, they cannot get a job unless they have other equipment that is bought or personal assistants to support them. People with spina bifida, physical impairments like myself, people who are hard of hearing, people who need sign language interpretation to even be in an audience like this one. Where are they? I interacted with a gentleman, a father to a 7-year-old son, whom he had been carrying on his back from baby class to primary 2 every single day of school, until such a time when he could not do that anymore. Reason, he had no wheelchair. When they reached out to me saying this young man has been first in class every single day, but is unable to go to class because he doesn't have a wheelchair. Service delivery to the ground is missing. The other secondary factor, the father could not buy Pampers for the young man anymore, because after all, the toilet systems at the school were so improper for him to be able to access. At the implementation level, there is duplication. And therefore, implementing partners, development partners, civil society must have a conversation, ask each other the hard questions, find solutions. At the end of the day, the less advantaged shall be given priority. Is it mentorship or patronage? It is simply the relationships you build. You need to be intentional on following through, nurturing and cultivating those relationships that push you to the next level rather than drift you away from your purpose in life. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dennis, for that sharing. Let's now hear from Julia Muhumuza. Your story, your conversation with us, is it mentorship or patronage?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Julia Muhumuza, and I'm so humbled to be on this panel. I think I'm the youngest, hopefully. Yes, I'm the youngest.
You're not the youngest, the bill is?
My story is a bit, in relationship with my young age, but I think it resonates with very many young people in the same category. I come from a family that doesn't want anything to do with politics, yet growing up, even through school, I've been like at the forefront of all leadership engagements. So, in high school, it is less to do with politics, and then university, it is actually the actual politics. So for me, when I joined Makerere University Business School, I take on the elective positions, the junior ones. For those ones, you don't really feel the real political fire until I ran for guild president. So when I tell my parents I'm running for guild president, they're completely out. It's a no from them. So you don't expect any form of mentorship, any form of support from them. And I remember at that time, I was really young, and I looked out for people who have maybe tried to be in these positions before, and they were all closed doors. And long story short, I finally lose the election, but I want to mention something here, and I'm sorry I will not be so specific. We have very many mentorships going on across the country for targeting different young people. And I happened to apply to a couple of these at a time when I felt like I needed to benefit from these mentorship programs. I am a very young, vibrant soul. I need to be out there. I need to be groomed. I need to be mentored. I need someone to hold my hand and show me, this is how it's supposed to be done. This is how you get out from this and all that. I applied to all of them, and they all rejected me. I don't know, maybe because I had failed. So eventually, fast forward, when I win Vice President UNSA, I wanted to test something. I applied for the same programs as Vice President UNSA, and they gave me. So, but before I leave the same issue, I'm so humbled to be in the same room with Right Honorable Rose Namayanja. She came to MOOBS when I was still running for guild president. I think she saw the fire that was burning in me to really serve. She held my hand, So she, among very many people, is the category of the very many that have made it and are willing to hold someone's hand and mentor them. Eventually, even when I lost vice president, she kept on looking out for me. Sorry, when I lost guild president, she kept looking out for me. There is something here. Do you want to participate? That is her. I have been a beneficiary from the Rose Namayanja Foundation through mentorship, And when I get here, so when I get these other mentorships, in my head, I just told myself, I did not want, I was just testing out something. And that's the reality, the sad reality. There are very many young people who would eventually be the leaders we want to see actively engage in politics. But the different organization and mentorship programs that would hold their hands. You see, the application process is quite vivid. They tell you to write essays, and if someone is meant to be a leader, you would still see it, but for me, I still believe they just look out for the titles, for people who are already empowered. So for me, I believe mentorship has a lot to do with breaking barriers, because the political scene itself has so much embedded in it that very many young people would want to associate themselves with people who have walked the journey and guide them through it and eventually make it. Then my other issue, I think to us young people, there is a thin line between mentorship and patronage. Why? For us in elective politics, we end up attaching the title mentor to someone who is going to fund our campaigns. You are going to look out for example, if I want to run for NYC, who is the big person who will cash out a lot of money to enable me get where I would get, which should not be the case. And that is how eventually patronage comes in. Why? Because the whole mentorship is attached onto the economic empowerment you're getting from this person. And yet, they are mentors. They are people who can groom you, people who can connect you to very many other relationships, networks that can empower you, not directly through money, and then you're in position to get where you want to get, yes? But we've ended up being victims to patronage, because eventually all you care is who is giving you the sacks of money, and because they're giving you the sacks of money to fund your campaign, then they are mentor. But eventually they are not there, it's the money that is there. So me, I just want to urge the young people out here, let's attach value to who a mentor is. The mentors that we should look out to are the mentors who have walked journeys, who have broken barriers and biases throughout their journeys. If they have done it, it guides you. I mean, you're in position to share your experiences, and they're in position to mentor you, to guide your moves, to guide how you do very many things. And for me, I would say there is a thin line, but I agree with Right Honorable, because I didn't know the politics until I became Vice President UNSA. Like, they help you, but eventually, like she said, they want to use you, but you also end up using them. So it's like either way. Eventually, you have to make sure you get out what puts you in position to do whatever you should do. And as I conclude, for me, ever since I became Vice President, because maybe I related so much to the need for mentorship, yeah? The political space is not as just as we need youth in the political space. It's a lot, it's a bigger package, yeah? So I ended up reaching out to very many young student leaders, especially in secondary and universities, through the Empowered Forum, just to share experiences and let them know that they can walk this journey with someone. That is one of the ways I've tried to extend mentorship to the young ones below me, and most importantly, to all the people that have been in position to reach where they have reached. You have to believe that there is someone out there who can benefit from your mentorship, and someone who we can create more spaces for more people, or we can have more young people in different spaces through mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Later on, perhaps I'm beginning to like and think through this. They use you, and you also have to use them. Perhaps we should also interrogate the concept as well. When NRM is a political party and recruits you, do you think you are going to a convent or to mobilize for NRM? And when they say go and mobilize in the hardest area, are they using you, or they are actually deploying you rightfully where they want you to? Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro, I hope that you will tell us whether you think NRM is using you or you are using them. So it's your turn.
If you are on course for a politically aligned journey, you'd probably take up the opportunity, and they are using you while you're also using them in a different kind of way. So you can both achieve your goals in that sense. The measure here, I think we all learn from Honorable Namayanja, is that, yes, you should never be used. They use, you use. We balance interests, and then we can say that, yes, we are talking politics. Right, Honorable, thank you very much for the wonderful remarks. On whether barriers can be broken, absolutely. Exactly how? Ask me how a young person that is from a rural village like mine in Nebi district is able to break barriers. Barriers are easily broken when you're passion-driven, because with passion comes purpose and fulfillment. My number one prayer for every young person is always that you discover yourself early. Do you have the ability to find your niche and focus on it? One of the challenges I've had with being a national leader is that these national podiums expose us to a lot of visibility and admiration, and sometimes it also comes with a lot of misconceptions. I have had very many young girls from the time I was elected, not just for National Female Youth MP, right through my political journey. Every position I have attained, they are always people looking up to you, ladies or gentlemen. Now, some of them are confident enough to reach out and say, I admire you. I wish I could be like you in future. Would you be my mentor? And the first question I always want to ask, why? What is it you admire about me? Just recently, about a week ago, a young lady walked into my office. She had seen me on Twitter. She was looking for me for about a year, so finally she had the opportunity to see me, and she had come all the way to ask me to be her mentor. And I asked her, why do you think I should be your mentor? Her response was, she thinks I make the job look cool. She said, you know, Honorable, you look so cool when you're doing these things, so I think this is something I can pull off well. Really? You can imagine someone who was seated in my office. I barely had words to continue the mentorship talk with her. Is everybody a mentor? Yes. In this room, do you see yourself as a mentor, or you just want to be mentored? The earlier we get to discover that each and every one of us, in our various capacities, from the different backgrounds that we come from, each of us has very many people that are looking up to you, and you can't afford to do less. You can't afford to do less because you do not even know that these people are looking up to you. On whether the mentors that you admire publicly are the right ones that will take you to where your purpose is supposed to lead to in life is another question for the day. I always give myself as an example because knowingly or unknowingly, all the people that I have mentored me, they do not know because I never disclosed to them. Why? Being intentional about what exactly you draw inspiration from. And I also do it purposely because from my experience, I have learned that mentorship does not necessarily have to have physical interaction, that I am supposed to look out for this person, get to know them, because I've also been disappointed a couple of times. There are people that I looked up to, and then when I go to interact with them, I told myself, okay, it is not as much as I expected. Have you found yourself in that situation? And then all of a sudden you are losing the inspiration that was driving you. Who is my greatest mentor? Myself. I am my first greatest mentor. Reason being, it is me exactly, it is only me who understands what my objectives are. I admire, I acknowledge, and appreciate great works that are done by phenomenal people, figures, and I learn from them. I relearn and unlearn all the time. But how best I can incorporate all that into my vision can only be determined by myself. And do you know what the power of that brings about? It makes you unstoppable. And when you reach that point, tell me which barrier will stand in your way. Absolutely none. The earlier we get to have young people ride more on their self-esteem, have a visionary lens for the future, the better we get to utilize mentorship. And while we were having all this breakdown unpackaged by Honorable Namayanja, I was wondering and asking myself, how many young people look up to all of us in this room, maybe us on the panel here, and just think you could wake up and be me? You can wake up tomorrow and be the next National Female Youth MP, but you definitely not be me, because we probably don't share the same values, we don't believe in the same objectives, we don't have the same work methods, and guess what? That is exactly the same circle of people that you are supposed to be drawing attraction to. People that share your values, people that share the same sentiments as you do. but also keeping in mind that you have the ability to appreciate the differences of others and see how best you can incorporate them. Can mentorship be misleading sometimes? Definitely. I have also seen very many young people lose it because of mentorship. Because in this whole space of admiration and everything comes blindness and obsessiveness. You have seen young people lose themselves because they want to be like a particular person. Now they spend most of their time with this person, then even they want to talk like that person, they want to speak like that person. I met a friend of mine last time. I said, "You never used to talk like this. What is wrong with you now?" And they were mimicking a particular politician. It is not bad to say that you share probably a fashion sense of style or something, but in the value of all this, of mentorship and everything, please never lose yourself. Always make sure that you are on top of the game and you are the engine that is determining the pace you should run at. I think I would tell that to every young person at any given opportunity. Thank you.
Wow. Well done, Fiona. Now we want to hear from Mr. Matanda Abubakar.
Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you, the Honorable Namayanja, for setting the pace for this discussion. Breaking barriers, is it mentorship or patronage? I quit politics. I now serve as a judicial officer, and therefore my conversations may not be as interesting as they used to be because they are now apolitical. And right from the onset, I want to start technically, because I've been listening to the politicians and you joined them in saying that in mentorship you don't have to meet the person, and from a technical point of view I want to disagree and say there's a difference between role modeling and mentorship. And we can add apprenticeship and so say, I think what is making Honorable Nyamutoro and Honorable Namayanja to somehow draw us from mentorship and push us towards role modeling is out of the understanding that we do not have any mentorship model to speak of as a country. And so you're on your own. And if you're on your own, and I agree, if I draw from my experience, I had an opportunity to serve as a guild president at the Islamic University in Uganda and President UNSA, and eventually into the National Youth Council and the Youth League of an opposition political party. I agree that if you're a young person in Uganda and you're in leadership, you're on your own. And therefore, because you're on your own, you have to take the advice. And I want to give it to Honorable Rose Namayanja, since we don't have a lot of time, drawing from my experience, which was quite related to her experience, I could share what I did. When it became clear to me as a guild president that there was no mentor, you know, I decided to become my own mentor, or to go and move towards role modeling, where you identify someone who is doing something you would want to do, and then you see what you can pick from them. And that's what I did. So one, I drew so much from books. I figured if I read a book written by, say, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, it enables me to sort of have a conversation with them, because in our model, our African model of mentorship was through conversation, and so I can pick their thoughts from the book. And I would dare say right now that I have not known any better mentor than books. in the circumstances. Secondly, I also realized that, like Honorable Rose Namayanja, you have to offer yourself and then learn from the job. Because in some better organized societies where hopefully we shall get some time, there are programs, for example, where you could be as a young person, you apply, you are attached to the National Female Youth MP in her office, you see how she's doing things, you go with her to Parliament. Now that is formal institutionalized mentorship. It's not going to happen. So that means you have to offer yourself and then learn through the process. When Honorable Rose was sharing about how she went back to Luero, I remembered how in 2020 I went back to Bududa, camped there for about 3 months, removed the suits. They didn't even know they were dealing with a lawyer because I had to win elections at the village, at the parish, at the sub-county, and I could not win them as a former UNSA president or as a lawyer. That was not necessary for that level. So I had to remove the suits, remove the Kampala vibe and Mbale vibe, and go to the grassroots. And through the process, by the time I reached the district up to the national level, you can be sure I was not the same. The process had mentored me. I've seen many faces here that are familiar. I can say you're already on the right track in that sense. Now, what can we do? What are the barriers, by the way? For me, the barriers were poverty. When I offered myself for Youth MP, I had Honorable Rose Namayanja saying when she ran that she spoke so well. I fear, Honorable, that speaking well may no longer be, I'm sure they agree, may no longer be a very serious tool in the youth elections. I wish I had that opportunity. Because now, just to be nominated as a youth MP, you need 3 million Uganda shillings. I don't know how much you paid, Honorable. And then when you go into the details, it gets worse. So the barrier you have may be one of poverty, maybe because of your background or whatever it is. The other barriers are based on discrimination, in quotes. Maybe of a wrong gender, or you come from a wrong district, or whatever it is, in quotes, in form of discrimination. That can be a barrier. The other is violence, because this is a barrier I met. I don't thrive very well in violent environments of chaos, and this is why, and I also thank you for saying, you had said if you don't win, you'd join the army. For me, throughout law school, I knew that if I'm not able to make the impact I want to make in politics, I'll join the judiciary, because I feel that's where my temperament works best. And so as I was doing the politics, I was also reading hard in law school and at LDC and at UC for masters, because that was like my backup plan. And so the barrier could be violence. Now, how do you break these barriers? Is it mentorship or patronage? I wouldn't vote for patronage because it is a negative verb. It means someone in authority with money or power to distribute positions is using you. I fear the advice that they use you as you use them. You may not go far, because usually the scales are very different. I would vote, since we don't have formal systems of mentorship, I would vote for role modeling, offering yourself. In short, I'm just saying, if I can borrow that political lingua, it is back to you. Honorable Saranda here, while I was, I think, in P6 in Mbale, my uncle, where I was staying, happens to have been in the cohort of Honorable Rose Namayanja, Mr. Masoko Iwaswa, was in politics in Mbale. This Honorable Judge Saranda you see here, I saw him sleeping on the couch in my uncle's house. At that time, my uncle, since they had come through and the National Youth Council, you know, they had the vibe. They were what you people are now. And I don't know what aspirations he had in his heart, but he decided to kwesibako, if I can use that word, kwesiba on these processes and move through and observe. And I don't know how far he has gone, but he could at an appropriate time give his testimony. So you have to offer yourself. Eventually he kept offering himself. And so in conclusion, this is what I've always believed. I believe that cream, whether you want it or not, rises to the top. So as you hunger to be mentored, do you have a seed within you? There is a school within Buganda here where the motto is Balandiza Chibaze. I was hearing my sister lamenting that the Balandiza Chibaze. I'm going to translate. My sister was lamenting that she applied when, in quotes, she was a nobody, and then later when she was a somebody and was accepted. Balandiza Chibaze is a Luganda word which means, my English betrays me. It means to kulandiza is like to get something that's growing, that needs support, and then put it on like a tree for support. Yes. So like a creeping plant that needs support. If it can't climb on its own, you get it and, you know, put it on where it can grow. Now, the idea is you do that for something that has germinated, you know? And you germinate if you have a seed within you. How will they kulandiza you if you have not germinated? So you have to first demonstrate potential and fight on your own, and then in the process, baja kulandiza. Thank you very much.
Mr. Matanda just patronized our understanding of mentorship. He's definitely out of order.
Mr. Matanda is just being wise, and I've understood him. His position is of a civil servant now, and which is okay.
I gave a disclaimer.
He has said the same things that Honorable and Fiona and the rest have said.
Yes, but not as a politician.
Not as a politician.
Yes.
Because, you know, creeping plants actually use each other. Study creeping plants better. The ones that creep on the wall. Study the ones that even deliberately, you know, now coming to farmers, those of you who study and observe how they plant passion fruit, you actually deliberately put the farmer sticks, the reeds usually, and some poles, in order for the passion fruit to creep on and then and eventually see light. So it's the same thing we are talking about, but he said it in a civil servant way, which is okay, we have understood. Now let's listen finally to Honorable Bill Fred on the same topic, breaking through the barriers. Is it mentorship or patronage?
Yeah, once again I want to thank Right Honorable Rosemary Namayanja. Actually, among the people you are with is my elder brother Jimmy Ebil. He's now RDC Kitgum. And George Odongo, who is like a brother to me, who is a member of parliament for Yala. That is your squad. I wanted you to acknowledge that. I want to thank the organizers of this symposium. I thank you, the moderator. Once again, I thank you, honorable members of parliament. I know you are busy people, but for you to give the youth time, it means a lot to them. And I thank my colleagues, secretaries general of the different political parties and the youth who are here. Here with me, I have two categories of people. I have the people who first voted for me. So whatever I say here will only be the truth, but not, how do they say it? The truth and nothing but the truth. As I acknowledge Honorable Namayanja's words of mentorship or patronage. So can the people of Kole who are here stand up for recognition in a special way? Including my son, by the way, my second born, Noah, Ebil, who is studying medicine. He's also a voter, by the way. But I've not seen him standing up, Noah, Ebil. Yes. So that means I cannot lie when they are here, when I talk about my career. Yes. You know, Nabi Mohammed in his hadith, I told the other day the MPs, but they were making a lot of noise. They didn't listen to what I was trying to explain to them during the campaigns of the Yala. I was telling them that Nabi Mohammed in his hadith, peace be upon him, he said that always speak the truth, even if it's bitter. So I'll try to speak the truth about Honorable Namayanja's issue that she brought, which she concluded that is mentorship, not patronage, which is critical. So coming to 2006 election, I didn't have money. I went to contest, but I think I misfired because 2006, there's a rich man who came around 2004, who had a lot of money. I think he was a money bag. It was called John Ogwang Beridugo. He had come back with a lot of pounds. At one time, I'm told he withdrew money and there was no money in Stanbic Lira. So I could call it misfiring. Then I went to contest with this man. Then voters were asking me, what are you looking for? Yeah. Because the man is giving people motorcycles. The man is marrying for people wives. The man is building houses for people. But you are here coming around, talking good stories, but not having any coin on you. Please, why don't you stand next time in 2011? We beg you. You are going to spoil for us things. I said, my friends, I'm also expressing interest. The good thing at that time, the nomination fees were just 200,000. So, unlike nowadays, which is 3 million. So it didn't hurt so much. Once you pay 200,000, you just ride on your bicycle and walk to some places where you cannot ride the bicycle and campaign. And remember, Kola at that time was a whole district. I became MP when it was still a whole district. So 2006 didn't go well for me, but I've never lost elections. Why I say I've never lost election is that I've never been the last in any elections. Even during my students, it's very dangerous for you to be the last. So there were many people who put money in this election, but they were last. I was around number 3 again. So, in spite of not having money, so the rich man took the day. He was old. He was about 72, 70 something. Now, I discovered one thing. I realized people love money. I said, let me, but I don't have capital. I finished my university a long time ago. I was trying to teach in a private school in Lira. Then I decided to open a tea company without capital. I just came, went to Kasaku tea company, talked to the management. I want to brand my own tea using your tea leaves. So I decided to call it King's Tea. I went and registered it. What you are, that UNBS, everything was okay, paperwork. Then I decided to package it cheaply for 100 shillings at that time. So, because most of the tea leaves were for 500 and above, Mukwano was the one supplying there in the north. So I started marketing aggressively in the radio stations. In Lango, Acholi, Kitgum, Gulu. Then some South Sudanese also were coming. But remember, I had no capital, but I talked to the management. They give me tea leaves. I take there, I repackage it. And then it was beautiful. The packaging was good. The quality was good. So King's Tea became a very big brand, and it was cheaper, but small. So Mukwano realized that there's some people like cheaper things. Then Mukwano, being a big brand, reduced the thing and made it even more, but at the same price. But it had a very beautiful packaging. So they chased me from the business. That is another story. So King's Tea collapsed. But I said, I'm not going to, looking at my children, because my children, they say I'm their mentor. So I cannot just sit back and say, I've lost elections, Mukwano has chased me out of business, I'm going to just sit. I stood up, I said, no. It was coming to 2010. I have to go back to politics now. Now remember, the rich man was now ending his term. I went to him, I said, I've realized that you are my father. Now I had to submit to him. I said, I've realized that you are my father. That I have a father, but political father. Then he said, but you've come. I don't want to contest anyway. You've come at the right time. I'll give you my team. The UPC team. Then I said, yeah, thank you. But remember, that team was used to money, big money. They were not in, changing pounds, and they were always, the campaign manager, like the chairman, you have to buy for him like a pickup or something like that. Yet I don't have money. So he handed over that expensive team to me. Then I said, now how will I start handling these people? Calling for a meeting, they need to. You call them for transport, you have to release money. Then I said, I will not fear. I decided to contact the young people. I just started putting them in the structures of the party, afresh. So I built a new UPC in Kole, because I knew this old UPC, much as it was strong, it had old people, but they knew money. So I created that team, that structure. So I competed against not an easy candidate also in primary, who was coming. For him, when he used to come for campaigns in primaries, he says, you look at my passport, I'm told you want to contest with me to go to parliament. You have never boarded a plane, I'm told so. Look at my passport. This is visa for this, visa for that, visa. And then he comes with a laptop. What? The man was scaring me, and I said, I think I may not go ahead with this campaign. But I had a very strong agent and supporter. He said, no, don't fear. He's trying to make you run away. That's what he's doing. He's intimidating. That means you are strong. He's fearing you. Because already you have the blessing of the old man. So I decided to continue organizing the structure. So what made me now to have an upper edge in the primaries was I'd created a young team, which was not expensive. So going to primaries to elect the chairman of the district, my team won. The chairman I wanted won, and it was from the largest sub-county, Alero. So the moment he won, the other man who was my strongest competitor ran away. He disappeared, he abandoned politics, and I knew that was the biggest threat that I had. I said, I'm now okay, good to go. No sooner had I said that, another rich professor came, Professor John, Professor Nape, all of you know him. He worked in Naro. He was the first to discover something. He has a lot of money like the other man. Then I said, I'm finished. I thought the other opponent was tough, but this one is even tougher. So I discovered my strength was, I had the other man who had blessed me, who had still the goodwill, the old man. So I held meetings at his home and also at my home, and also accepted my fate that I'm not a rich man. So whenever my agents come that the other man is giving a lot of money, I said, no, go and get the money, then bring it to me, and we continue to do what? Campaigns. So they used to go to his home, get money, then we go on the road to campaign. By the time it reached elections night, I think these people of Kole can testify, nobody believed it, because the president even went when he was assured. He said, this is my next Minister of Agriculture. I'm told there's a young man people are talking about. He will not win. I know my man will win. So reaching election night, they were counting votes. I defeated the man with 80% of the votes. People were shocked. Without money. That was without money. So one thing Honorable Namanja was talking about, it either can be patronage or mentorship. The two people whom I credit for my political career are two. Not that old man. There is Honorable Felix Okotogong and Honorable Betty Amongi. Those two. Because in spite of all the difficulties I was facing, they were encouraging me to continue. The reports we are getting on the ground that you don't have money, but you are popular. Go ahead. So they encouraged me, and when I won, I thanked them for that. And up to today, I'm still grateful to them. So it all goes back to what Honorable Namanja was saying, that look at yourself. Be yourself. Have the confidence and use your strength. Because if you know you're an orator, use that oratory power. Because you may not have money to compete with the money bags. The other thing also I would encourage the young people to do is try as much as possible to avoid the confrontational politics of insulting. Voters don't seem to like people who insult their opponents. So if you are positive politics is better. It helps you from one thing. You don't get too many enemies. So with that, I think I wanted just to discuss with you. But by and large, where are we now? Because we are talking about today. So I had some interview there. I was telling some people that our biggest challenge today in politics is the monetization of politics. So I believe that the young people here are so talented that if they take all of you to parliament, we would make a great parliament. But the biggest challenge is to get, first of all, the 3 million for nomination. Then the money for campaigns, which is hindering the youth. My prayer is, if you ask me where would I want to be, I want to go back to 19th November, 1863, in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where Abraham Lincoln said, he concluded by saying that what people always talk about, that I believe that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people has not perished on earth. I would want to go back and tell him he should not say only the people. He should say for all the people and by all the people. And of government of all the people, by all the people, and for all the people. Because today, the limitation of the youth not having money has made them, their voices to be shut out of the politics. Although the few who go through, you'll find either their fathers are somewhere or have money. So not all the youth are able to do what the other youth who come to parliament, how they succeed. In other words, they don't succeed, as you've heard from some of the testimonies. So my prayer is, finally, my prayer is we need to get money out of politics. Much as people are talking of getting the soldiers out of politics, I'm telling you, even if you get the soldiers out of politics of Uganda, I'm the one who has been agitating. I went to parliament as a Secretary General to tell the Human Rights Committee that let us get the soldiers out of politics. But when I went for Yala politics, there were no soldiers there. And I saw the problems which were there. It means that if with or without the soldiers still, we have a problem. So in other words, the problem is not the soldiers, the military, in politics of Uganda. But let us get money out of the politics of Uganda. With these few words, I commend this for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Bill and Mutanda, Honorable Nyamutoro, Julia, Dennis Ouma. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take only 6 questions or comments. And I've chosen 6 because there is Honorable Namayanja and then 5 persons on the panel. And ideally, we should have a question for each of them. So, because we have run, we have overshot our time and I need to get you to rest. I'm going to choose the other lady. I will choose this time this lady. She complained earlier. So there is the lady in black and then the one in a cream sweater. The third lady's hand is right at the back. And then I will choose the gentleman there with a yes, and then the one in a tie, and then let's see. Now, on that table, I picked someone earlier, so I'm trying to balance the tables. Even that one, I picked someone earlier. I will pick a table where I did not pick. So I'm trying to balance all the tables. So we will have those hands. Let's start with her. Someone give her the microphone. Very quick questions, no comments. Given the time constraint, I have to give them 6 minutes to respond to the questions as well.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Everyone present, a good evening to you all. My name is Marion Ainebiona, a student from Kampala University. I'm really so humbled to be part of this, and I'm so impressed by the people who are there presenting. Like the stories they are sharing, they are like my own stories. Because of recent, I was contesting as the guild president, but I lost the primary elections. But I'm someone who loves politics so much, and whenever I see people sharing such stories, they are my own. I urge all of us, especially people who are in position, to point out those people who have capabilities. Because I lost the election, I didn't have enough money. People were like, Marion is good, but we cannot vote her because she doesn't have what to give us. So it is very good that if you have that chance, whenever you go where there are young people, at least if you are in that position to point out someone who has the capabilities and the ideas, it is always very good. I'm so much humbled. Thanks so much. Keep inspiring us as we also inspire other people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Marion. Let's have the microphone here.
Thank you very much. My name is Amon Alice. I come from UK, that is United Kingdom. I thank you all the panelists for the work well done. I feel for the organizing committee that organized this wonderful platform for some of us as young women, that the time, I feel that the time was not enough for the panelists to exhaust their experience so that we can also feel, because there is Honorable Siranda talked about failing 4 times. If at all he was given enough time, he would even share the problems that he went through and could maybe guide us. Secondly, my sister from Nebi, Afoyo Mater, but I really wanted you to share with me because I also feel like I am capable to become a member of parliament from the north. I really wanted you to share with me your experience as a person from the north. I know it is not easy for us, but I really wanted to share you share something with me. Maybe I'll look for you to share with me something, because the north is not easy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next hand is of the lady at the back. The lady at the back. I know the ladies that I had already picked. Please, I will be balancing tables. I will come back to you. The lady at the back near the pillar.
Thank you everyone. I would love to take this opportunity to appreciate our panelists. I really appreciate the knowledge you share with us. But first of all, I would love to agree with what Honorable Matanda said. Mentorship is something vital to us. We, the youth, we can't really mentor ourselves. At least, maybe for those who are exposed, can mentor themselves or think for themselves what is good. But you can't tell someone who's coming from deep down in the village, from schools where even they can take a week without seeing a car passing, like to mentor themselves. It's us to go in deep down the village to mentor those young girls and boys, because they are looking after us. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Okay. There is the hand in front of you here. Yeah. Oh.
Thank you very much. My name is Akina Francis Shah. I'm from Gulu. Since people are mentioning where they're from.
It's okay.
I'm also the Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, and I so happen to be in the NRM Secretariat where I am being mentored. But now my opinion on mentorship patronage is that, as Karl Marx wrote in the German ideology, he said that the ideology of the ruling class is the ruling ideology, because the ruling class will always own the means of mass production, and that is the mental production. The problem here is that when the ideology is one that is not being owned by people because there are no structured mentorship programs, national mentorship programs, then the only thing we go to is deputization and appointments, where you see in Uganda we are appointing RDCs, deputy RDCs as a form of mentorship when it is actually not. Then you see people taking up assistants in offices, and this becomes a problem. But reality versus, some sort of ideology, dream. I think that in the Ugandan perspective, we cannot draw a line between mentorship and patronage. We need a blend of both. If we are to develop and become the kind of leaders we want to be. Because there is no one who is going to mentor you without a clear-cut interest. Because of the interest they will have, they will patronize you. But are they actually giving you the chance to grow? And that is the mentorship for you. Okay. So I think that we shouldn't draw a line between, but we shouldn't also make one overpower the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Interesting. There is a gentleman on your right.
Thank you so much. I'm from Chisoro district, and my name is Afashman Asimwe, and I serve in UNSA as the Secretary for National Affairs. My question goes to Mr. Fred, Honorable Fred. When you were getting done with your presentation, you put that we need to do away with the commercialization of politics. And my question is, what steps are you taking, and do you see us as a country heading there? Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, there is the hand of someone in a brown jacket, I think.
Thank you, Bwana Charles. My name is Kakai Nimrod. I'm a youth from Namisindwa district. My question, we'll be talking about breaking barriers. And this, I speak as a member of the National Resistance Movement, youth. When you talk about breaking barriers, in these political parties we belong to, the problem of favoritism. Now my question goes to Fred and other Secretary Generals who are in the House, is that what are you doing to help the young people to compete favorably at the national level? For example, a youth from Namisindwa who has no one big in the background or no godfather, godmother to come and compete at the national level with that one who has a godfather or godmother as a political party across the political parties. What are they doing to help to ensure that the young people compete in the same way? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we get one microphone to Honorable Namayanja? I'm going to start with, I'm giving each of them 1 minute each, because we have run badly with time. So I'm going to request each of them to have a minute, just a minute, to respond to the issues that have been raised and to wind up.
Thank you very much, Charles. I just want to put context to the statement I made. If somebody is using you, use them. My context was, and it's not university, it depends on the circumstances on the ground. I was coming from university as a very active student, political activist, I would say. And in the Greater Luero area, there was an ex-official minister who wanted to become an MP, and according to her, she had gotten this young person very active. and is going to, send her here, there, the other time, the other place. But I also used that opportunity because in Iruwelo then, it was very difficult for you to go and contest and say, I am from UID, I am going to win this election. So I used the proximity to a senior minister, you get it, to advance my political goals. And the rest is history. So when I said they use you, if you detect somebody is using you, but it's also very important, allow me just to say this. Yes, we want mentors. And I'll use my personal experience now as a leader. There are many young people that come to us. And every time they come to you, there must be a problem somewhere, a problem the other side, a problem the other side, and a problem the other side. They will get off the radar. I had still another person, another leader from our area. Every time I would go, it was, you have this as transport. Get this as transport. I stopped going there because I needed mentorship from her, and I didn't want her to believe that every time I go there, I must get transport. So I would walk back to Makerere on foot because I treasured the relationship. So I stopped going there until when she looked for me, and I told that person that, whenever I come here, you are giving me money, but it is exactly not what brings me here. So you must know what you're dealing with. Then the issue of role modeling and mentorship, yes, it's both, Mr. Matanda. It's both. That's why I said, maybe I didn't use the language you used, that I don't have to be near somebody or to tell them that they are mentoring me, but I learn from them. And that when I come to meetings like this, or if I have an opportunity to engage, that can be mentorship. But otherwise, somebody said, how do you mentor us? Where are they? How do you come from the village? Most of our leaders have come from very far without mentorship. And I agree with Mr. Matanda that nobody will look for you until you render yourself relevant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Bill, 1 minute.
Thank you, moderator. Let me also thank you, because it's good to thank somebody when he's still alive. You're a good moderator. I want to thank all the participants. I've got only 2 questions. The other ones, they thanked me. Mr. Hata Shimana, I believe that name comes from Kisoro, asked that what are we doing as Secretaries General about the issue of commercialization of politics. In the last Parliament, 10th Parliament, me and my colleagues, the Secretaries General who are here, Secretaries General who are here, we went to the Speaker of Parliament to request them to reduce nomination fees to go to 200,000 like it used to be before. And actually, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga agreed to our suggestion. But as you know, the leader of Parliament cannot make a decision alone. I think Parliament, the whole Parliament should have moved it. That is where it stopped. We went, it was a proposal by IPOD, Secretaries General. But all is not lost. We are still pursuing it. As I've told you, as IPOD Secretaries General, we shall meet the President of Uganda, who commands his caucus, and the leadership of the NRM caucus to try to advocate. Let them either totally remove the nomination fees or reduce it to where it was when I went to Parliament, 200,000, to enable the young people also participate in these elections. We shall continue to engage. Namisindwa man, my man from my district, Namisindwa. In fact, your issue is not far much different about mentorship. How do we help even somebody from far away from, like Namisindwa, to come up? In UPC, we are starting a new UPC. We have decided to rebrand it. We are going to make UPC a new UPC for a new Uganda, because we have discovered that every time people are talking about UPC, people look at the UPC of 1962. And that branding has made people to think that the UPC of 1962 is the UPC of today. This UPC has changed. The UPC of 1962 or 1980 couldn't have worked the way we are working with these other parties. You get it? We have shifted a bit. We have said Uganda is for all of us. Much as we come from different political ideologies, our future is shared. So we are trying to see how to also bring new talents and also help the youth to ensure that they come into the mainstream politics. And I would invite you to join UPC so that you... I'm sorry. So that you see it firsthand that we are trying to... is there a problem? You know, the late Okule Park used to ask, whenever we were in meeting, the late Okule Park, he would ask us, have I spoken something wrong? When he hears people murmuring. So I was just trying to invite you to UPC to see how we are doing. You cannot join it, but also pass by at Uganda House, ask questions that you want to ask. Here with UPC members I have, can UPC members stand up? I have a very big group.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you.
so I think you will go to Uganda House and see for yourself how we are doing it. I believe all the other parties are doing the same. Thank you, moderator. May God bless you all. I speak all this for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bill. Let's hear from Matanda.
Thank you very much. In conclusion, possibly the conversation we are having here is a mentorship session. And so I would urge my young friends to seek out, since we may not have formal mentorship programs at the national level, to seek out mentorship sessions like this one. And then on the side of the policymakers and the political actors, I'm happy I heard Honorable Namayanja saying she's now doing politics at a strategic level. At that strategic level, I think that, and then I've heard about secretaries general, I've learned that from Honorable Bill, who are here, that within your political parties and then as a country, we have to think about formal mentorship programs. I know that some people haphazardly are taken to Chankwanzi. That is supposed to be a national leadership training institution that should be open to all. I think it can be formalized to a level where the processes are open and it is clear, such that people can learn leadership one-on-one, learn about the history of our country, the future of our country, the threats we have, such that beyond just the politicking, we have a leadership that is grounded on the issues that matter to us. I will not end without thanking the institutions that have made this possible. Please keep at it. It counts, and it's not in vain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro.
I'll start with a word of encouragement from the few questions that were raised. My brother from Namisindwa, the young lady at the back, and my sister from UK. Their concerns all rotate around a situation that we have all grown up in, about life not being easy, about how you thrive through tough situations. And I want to encourage all of you that being from the village has never been a bad thing. We are all villagers. I don't know, maybe Julia isn't, but I am a typical village girl. And the only way you're going to be proud of the village you come from is by showcasing your potential. And that will become the first identity point of mentorship if you seek out any. The Honorable Matanda used Luganda that I am not very familiar with in his context, but what he meant is actually you utilizing your best abilities to prove that you are worth whatever you want to become. And when you do that, there is no situation whatsoever that will be a barrier. Stop this pity game of talking here and there that I am from the village, I am less privileged. No, no one is going to pity you because of that. No one pitied us. But I mean, we are in the city and we are turning tables, aren't we? So why wouldn't you have the same spirit? Do not be fooled by anybody. This gentleman, at least I can refer to Charles as my uncle, he went to school without shoes. But he's holding the best national podiums today. And so did Matanda, and so did many of us. Actually, the ones who are in the city also have to prove themselves against the potential that we showcase. And if they can't do any better, we thrive. And that is the spirit that every young person is supposed to have. I get very discouraged when I hear it coming out as a sentiment of pity, because I have never found it as a disadvantage. It should actually be your driving force, that you are from a place that gives you an environment of asking questions. You were uncomfortable from the start, so you want to make the situation better. And that is the reason as to why you are striving to become who you are. I think if we all followed that pathway, we are good to go.
Good.
Allow me thank our partners. As the Vice Chair of the Parliamentary Youth Forum, thank you so much for believing in young people, and thank you for investing your resources and time in seeing that we create these spaces.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Mumuza.
Thank you. I'd like to start off where Honorable Nyamtoro stopped. Some of the reasons that we actually hang on and pity ourselves are actually things that should be driving force, like she mentioned. Eventually, for me, all the campaigns I ran, like I mentioned earlier, I knew I did not have the #1 support I needed. So I literally started off my campaigns with zero, like no finances. The first people I thought would support me, they all said no. But eventually that, all the things that you look at limiting factors, eventually are things you should not focus your eyes on. For me, at least, it has been a driving force. Eventually, when people see the potential, when people see how much effort you're putting in, things start falling into place. At least for me and all my campaigns, I started off at nothing, but I've seen very many people come through for me, because just like everyone said, they eventually saw that I was trying. I was offering myself, wanted to make things better. So I just want to encourage all the young people here. For us, we are going to exist in very many spaces. We are going to meet each other in very many forums, maybe in the parliament, wherever, in very many forums. But one thing I want to encourage you all is, it goes back to each of us. For me, I think if I had sat down and pitied myself, I lost the election. I mean, when I told my parents I lost, they told me, no, it's a good reason for you to focus on books. But that's not what I wanted. Eventually, I stayed on course, not because I had the people around me who would believe in me, but because I wanted to change something. I wanted to eventually be a mentor to someone. I eventually wanted to share my story with someone, so it kept me pushing. So I just want to encourage us all. The reasons that would discourage you from taking up space should actually be the driving force, because eventually when you make it, your journey, your story is a testimony. I mean, if Honorable Nyamtoro, you are wondering how she did it, if she did not come out, you would never wonder how she would have gotten where she is today. So if you get out there and take up the space, then tomorrow you're the next person who will be mentoring others. Thank you so much for putting this together. We appreciate as the young people, and thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Finally, Dennis Oboa.
Ouma.
Sorry, Ouma.
Yes. Two issues very quickly. One, thank you, Dr. Rosa, and Tim, for putting this symposium together, and specifically for having this ramp on this podium. It's not every day. that organizers pay attention to detail as much as you have done in as far as disability inclusion is concerned. I'm sure that there are many people out there who mean well for the young people as well. Now, 2, I want to give the young people here today their biggest weapon in this country. Their globally acknowledged SDGs, which is a blueprint for global peace and prosperity. However, achieving all of them, ending hunger, ending poverty, ending HIV, seems like a huge mountain. One that is incapable of getting accomplished by 2030. What am I saying? There are so many barriers that the youths clearly see in front of them. But your biggest weapon today is your statistic in this country. Your numbers in this country. It should not simply remain on paper. However, put to use your number as a driving force in advocacy, as a driving force at policy level. Once the young people in this country put their force, put their numbers behind a cause, you are undefeatable. If you put forth a candidate, for example, and rally behind the candidate, a policy and rally behind that policy, there is no amount of pressure, no amount of money, no amount of intimidation that can override the huge numbers of the young people. Put your numbers to use. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ouma. Thank you very much, Honorable Bill, Honorable Fiona. Thank you very much, Matanda, Julia, and Honorable Ross Namayanja. Thank you very much, all you participants. And I like the passion and the active participation. I have observed those that wanted to really come into the discussion, but you will appreciate that we haven't had all the time on our hands. Tomorrow we are going to have another interesting day, which will begin at 8 with registration. The announcement to all of you is that you need to come early so that you can register in time with the Secretariat. And by 9 exactly, we should be starting the discussion with a recap of today's discussion, and then looking at the different experiences, yet very interesting experiences that will be shared tomorrow. So come, ensure that you come in big numbers as you did today, even tomorrow. But finally, let us all clap when I mention these organizations that have made this possible. Akina Mama wa Afrika, thank you very much. The Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, thanks a lot, Frank and the team, for putting this together. Thanks a lot to the Multiparty Youth Forum for the organization. The Open Space. Then, of course, the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Youth Affairs that many MPs here are members of. The Power of Dialogue Consortium, part of the organizers. And the National Youth Council that many of you members are part of. And other partners like the EU who have been here with us. And the UN Women. Thank you all very much. And to all of you in your different capacities as leaders of youth, of young people from across the country, Thank you all very much. And God bless you all this evening. Let's meet again here tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Thank you. It is science. Thanks for the discussion.